Checking your physique, I don't think I could want you anymore. Chilling with your girl, I'm jealous that I can't just run over and take you on the floor. And I don't wanna cross nobody, I know it's never worth the pain, but I can feel your eyes run down me, and all my sense just floats away.
Hey, what is up everyone? Welcome back. Another episode of Building Master Minutes live on stream. We're episode 32 now, I believe. And we're still working on some design work here. We're doing a little bit of design, tidying up some of the interface, getting the end-to-end flow in place. I believe we're picking up from yesterday. We have committed everything. We don't have anything currently working in progress. So we're going to we're going to quickly again review what we've got so far and then pick something to work on and we're going to go for it. So I think the thing that I was working on yesterday was a little bit of this. Got this form kind of designed up, nicely working. I think we also tidied up the forms around the place for some of the other things like changing email. And I don't want to look up email. I know what email is. If I press back, I think the other place that we tidied up a little bit of and the bit where we were currently working was here. So we started building out what the meeting overview screen looks like and some of these screens. So we got this kind of thing down here with the agenda, transcription, minutes. Those are kind of free kind of key applications that we have. So that's where we was working, and also we've got this box, the recording at the top as well, where you upload your recording. I think the recording bit, we'll just jump in, I think, and just go straight for it. So I think where it says recording, we could probably do a little bit of paragraph that just says upload there, but I can't type, you know. What's wrong with the typing? Typing's not working. Anyway, upload a recording of your meeting for transcription and minute generation. I kind of think that it justifies, it requires it. You know, what's going on here? So why we've got flow, I suppose. There's also flow space large. So whenever we have flow space large above and we've got flow here, flow space large is carrying on down here, and that is not what we would like. So what are we going to do about that? Well, that's a good question. What are we going to do about that? Flow space large. I really just need to look at how I've set that up. I think it would be better if the margin top here wasn't using a variable. Like, what if we just did flow dash large flow, you know? And for that to work, we've really got to tap into, I don't want to do that. We've really got to tap into this Tailwind config and write our own plugin. So we'll give that a go, I think, because I think that probably makes sense here for what we want. We have custom utils here, so let's just see custom utils. What do we have going on? We've got flow space injected in here, which at the moment kind of returns this adding everything, adding it's that flow space variable, all of those. Sure, maybe, you know. Let's perhaps just move a space down here. It uses key spacing. You know, custom utilities is an array, and then it goes through the group. A group is the config theme key. So for each of those, it extracts the key, prefix, and property. So it's using spacing, and the property is going to update its flow space. Now, I guess we could just go down here, right? Like, for each of these keys, sure, we're adding that, but why not add? Don't just copy it, you know? But why don't we just add? We don't want the prefix. I mean, we kind of do, but let's get rid of that for a second and just do flow. And then we'll, why this one? Key, you know. and then it's the direct descendant where we have the lobotomized owl. Is that correct? You know, is that, if we look at flow, yeah. And then rather than this, I guess what we're really saying here, and actually I might just, let's just do, I don't know, let's hard code this a little bit more rather than using this weird bit of code up here. Let's say, okay, we've got our theme, const spacing, you know, is that, yeah? Object.keys spacing for each one of those keys. We'll call this space key, you know. We're gonna add for each one of those this block of stuff that's coming down here. We can get rid of this bit, we don't need that, and that space there, and that space there. So we're kind of taking all of the spacing, and then we'll have space key. Now, what do we want to do here? Well, I don't actually think I need all of that. You know, I don't think we actually needed to use post CSS here. There's a lot going on there. I don't think it needs it. We just need an object, right? But we're going to just write our regular kind of CSS in JS kind of rubbish. What? Not that. Hello, what is the property we add here? Margin top, you know? We just set margin top. So, we're just setting margin top, spacing, space key. You know, we're just setting the margin top, whatever the value of that is. So now, if we go to here, Control C, reboot it up, CSS still works, nothing broken there. We're going to go to that page that we was on where this is going on, the meeting show, you know, and then we've got this. We can just swap this out. Instead of doing this flow space large, why not just flow large? Flow large. And then refresh. Flow large still applies. But now we can take a look at inspect element and you'll see, have I done it all correctly? The flow large should be applying to here. The margin top directly. No var. And regular flow is just, you know, just chilling. Like regular flow still works because that's defined in our utilities. And now I don't have to worry about the flow large, flow space large stuff, and that's better. You know, it's cleaner, it's nicer. With less code do we have to worry about. Cool. Happy with that. Next thing. I kind of don't want the space, you know, between the H2 and the paragraph. We don't have it on the other options. I feel like bring those close. So let's go div and then bring those two together, you know. And then, so we've got this delete recording here. Perhaps, you know, I'm kind of feeling like maybe that goes off to the side. As like a little button over here. Let's just, there's this space here and it just feels like, hey, like if we can delete the recording, that feels like a natural spot for it to go. That means we're kind of wrapping this in another div, and then it's going 12J, that can be indented. Perhaps we can just whack a U with sidebar on there, you know, like maybe that's gonna kick it out. Yeah, does that mean Yeah, that's kind of what I expected to happen. And then so with sidebar, when we actually look at what with sidebar does, or just sidebar, it's display flex, you know. So actually, because it's just displays, well, I can't speak today. I'm sorry. Justify center. We can maybe align some of these. I don't know if justify center is the right one. I always get the wrong one, you know. Probably items. Yeah, item center just brings that down a bit. Okay, cool. And then we're gonna worry about this pay button some other way, you know. You're not actually paying for the recording, so it kind of doesn't make sense there. It's a little bit odd, you know. So perhaps we just bring this pay button just out a little bit. But what is going on here? Because there's the pay button, there's a form, there's a bunch of stuff. And also, how does it look like in all of the different scenarios? So we'll duplicate this tab. We'll find our different scenarios that we had going on. So we have blank meeting, you know. Oh, blank meeting doesn't work. We've broken it because recording doesn't exist. So maybe we can do and on there. Like, hey, don't worry, you know, if it's not there, what is going on there, you know? And meeting.recording paid. Does present, I guess present just can return a true or false value. Wonder if there's a nicer way of kind of checking both of those. I don't know. Again, still not. Unless meeting's not present or it's been paid. You can't delete it unless it's present or it's paid. Yeah, that makes sense. I could do like deletable, maybe. Destroyable. I don't know. Doesn't really matter too much. That'll do. That'll do. Caps lock is on. Stop it. Right. Okay. So, if it's not present, we render the form. Makes sense. And if it is present, then we render it. You know, we render the file. That's blank meeting. If we go back and find our, we've got a blank meeting. We have a recording only. That's with a recording. You know, kind of got these two different options. One of them is the generate transcription, so actually that's further on. So if we go find our test with recording, that has the pay button. And then we have, after we've got that, we'll have a transcription. You know, there's a transcription here. It says pending dispatch. It's not entirely true. We might just patch that in and fix that. And we will find our meeting with speakers as well, because that is our kind of last. Those are our 5 different states. We've got a blank meeting where we were prompted to upload our recording. These 2 should be disabled. Test with a recording. We have the option of paying. Pay button shouldn't really belong here. We're paying for the transcription, which are like these 2 elements. So we need to figure out some of the details there about like how you unlock these. Yeah. And then we've got this one where you have paid, but you have to generate the transcription. I don't think it's worth having to get the user to click this button. They come back. We should just automatically start the transcription or automatically. There's also like some status messaging here around like what's going on with the meeting, I suppose. So that's something to figure out. The agenda could go in here somewhere. Maybe there's a version of that that's above or something. And then these two at the bottom. Agenda, recording, transcription and minutes at the bottom. I don't know. At this point though, the minutes should be generatable, but you probably should view the transcription first, so maybe not. I need to work out the flow. At this point, you've got transcription. I don't know, maybe we merge some of those states, and then this one you have minutes generated. You know. So those are our kind of different states. I need to figure out, right, what I do here. I need the disabled state. I need to do a disabled state. I need to kind of figure out the layout and composition here a little bit more. Something else I noticed as well while I was playing around on mobile responsive view is that this has an extortionately large amount of space around it, even though we had the padding large. I think it's because this has P large on it and that has P age on it. So does this actually need P large on it? You know, like probably not. The pop out probably shouldn't have P large or whatever this is, because it's just maybe there's some space on top. PTLG. Because then when you shrink down, that's going to be tighter to the edge for a mobile screen, rather than like it was doubling up on that spacing, and it was not in, it was too much. It was too much. So we'll quickly apply that change for a couple of pages. It was also the agenda items index page has it. Actually, it has pop out, you know. Again, we said about this the other day. Pop out is just a border, radius, and a margin. At least it doesn't have any padding, you know. Maybe that's okay. But it has it's margin. You know, this just wants to be the border, really. Yes. No, not pop out. What are we doing? Agenda items index. It doesn't want any padding. It wants the border, it wants the roundedness. Doesn't need flow. I think that's it. So agenda items. Interesting here, the way that that bottom bit is getting cut off. It maybe needs overflow hidden, you know? Or is it overflow none? Tailwind, overflow. Hidden. You know, I thought it was, but zoom, enhance. Yeah, okay, fine. Okay. Yeah, no, where's this space gone? No. Fine. And then if you went to the agenda over here, no, not that one. This one, agenda. And obviously there's a full agenda there. Looks good. So it's extended that out a bit more, got a bit more space. What's going on here? Why does it say file there? That's the label. I feel like this is the label, you know? Like, but the problem is it kind of is the label, kind of isn't the label. So what if we did this? You know, like what if we... This isn't a cluster anymore. This is a flow, you know? And then there is a dot cluster. That looks like that. And then, you know, and then, and only then, would we go back to meeting show, and then this, in fact, this goes down here. Is that one too many? I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, that's better. You know? And then why is there space up there? What's happening? There must be some like on the form, maybe. We're just there. We got like double flow going on. Well, we don't need to double flow, do we? Is that what the problem was? No, so what's this space? Where's the space? Label for... It's getting flow because there's this hidden input, you know? Secret hidden input. You know, I do need to do something. I noticed... not hidden. Not hidden. But now the flow isn't applying at all. Because I kind of messed that up, right? We should have had some brackets around that. Still applying the old. CSS selector hidden. Like I just want to select like not hidden. But obviously that is, yeah, that. Document.query selector all. Is that a query selector? not a valid query. I didn't think it was, you know. Okay. What do we want to do? We want to like get rid of flow up there because it's kind of annoying. Or do I fix flow and say not type hidden or something like that, you know, like that would kind of work. Feels horrible now though. I mean, it works. Does it work? Yes, it works. There's still space there. And the other items are spaced accordingly. Yeah, there's the flow. It just ignores that first one. You can click anywhere on that. That's good. Really, you should be able to drop anywhere in that box. But I'm kind of thinking that like the here would have so what's going on there with that? That's going to be huge. Yep. And then we'll set a class on here, perhaps, of height 20 pixels with 20 pixels as well, you know. Perhaps we can do something with that. It's like locked. So I was going to bring it in line, you know, with the text of minutes, of the word minutes. I don't know. I kind of like it up there in kind of a portrait-y kind of space. Because I could have some text next to this, right? There's just something like. Oh, what could we do? We could do like cluster, you know, and then it really annoys me that I can't auto format the ERB code. Like, I don't know what the best way of doing it is. A to continue. I don't know. We'll figure out what the text is in a second. I just want to cluster. I mean, what's going on with the gap here though? Cluster space. Can I just override it with like my own gap? Just say gap small, you know? Gap. Excess. Tighten it up. A to continue. Do we want to flow on there? But then this would also need to be in a bit of a div, right? Div. Then perhaps we add flow to here. Pay to unlock. I wonder about like opacity 50. I don't know, just to cursor not allowed. Oh, that's you in there, but right, I'm going to have to be right back very briefly. Hopefully, I'll be back in a moment. Back. I am back. Sorry about that. Let's take a brief break. Okay, so where did we get to? We were doing this like kind of unlock. Locked. You know, kind of thing going on there. I kind of like that. That kind of works, you know. You can tell it's disabled. It's kind of grayed out. I wonder if this makes sense as like a little partial that I can use. I can use a partial for this. Or even just a simple helper, you know, it's really just one component or a small set of components. Partial might be easier because it's obviously the SVGs in there as well. That might make it easier. Apparently it's about to rain, but it looks okay. And there's no washing on the line, so it's out there. Yeah. This text, I don't know, something about it. I feel like text. Maybe I can just do uppercase or something. Locked. Is there something about like the that spacing? Tracking. Wide. Tracking wide. And try that. You know, see what that looks like. Wider. Widest. Wider. Locked. That's too wide. Wider. No, like. The problem with the agenda bit here is just like it's a separate thing. You don't have to do. I wonder about having the locked at the bottom. Because I wonder if actually this is just another type of box button. Button. Box. What do we call that thing? Meetings index. Or like underscore meeting. Meeting panel. It just has like the meeting panel button there. What if I changed everything inside the quotes to just meeting panel? And then did something where like div dot meeting panel button with a paragraph inside where it says edit agenda. I don't know. Like how does that? Okay. EMD. Why is there? Where's that space come from? Oh, because the other items. The other items are taller. So this kind of needs some of the stuff that we do in stack, right? Like in stack, we do margin block start, display flex, but it's a flex column. So perhaps I could do display flex direction column. Justify start, you know, but then this would have margin block start auto. Make sure the button is always stuck to the bottom. Yeah. And then this page still works. Good. And then this would be a locked version, right? So this is very similar. So maybe the, like this block just goes, I can't see now because you've, yes. And then that's where this would normally be. But perhaps class equals P and D, and delete to B. And then this, not only would it be a cluster, but meeting panel, space XS and space MD. How do P X small P Y M D P Y M D P X small, because I kind of want this text here to match what's going on there. What just happened? No, done that the wrong way around somehow. PY PX. Yes, I went the wrong way around. What else is going on? Is there like margin on that or something? There is margin because of the flow. There we go. And it's like locked. I guess it might make sense to have the background as well in the same way. Panel. What was the background? Porcelain 100. BG Porcelain 100. And then that's rounded large. We'll also need an overflow hidden on it. Make sure that the bottom corner gets curved off. I might put these styles into the meeting panel and then change the panel into like box button or something. So this doesn't need to be a link anymore, but I mean, I'm keeping it as a link for now. But I will want it to not be a link in certain situations when it's locked. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll move some of these styles that I've done here into the meeting panel, change the meeting panel to become like a box button component, something a bit more generic. I kind of don't like how this is like meeting panel. I made that class a bit too specific to this, or at least the name. The actual styles apply fine. Like, I actually don't need to change the styles in any way. All I just need to do is just make sure that it applies here. And then I think what I'm going to do is maybe add a section up here that kind of unlock transcription in minutes by paying. And I guess it is kind of tied to the recording. Yeah. Let's do that. Okay. So, what did we actually do? I set these two things, right? This like opacity 50, cursor not allowed. So if we find our meeting panel, also what have we got in here? We'll clear this out. Okay. So and data disabled. So let's treat the middle one as like the test, right? We've got the one on the left, which is active, the one on the right that's not active, the transcription one in the middle. We will make that use the class, but we'll make it use the new way of doing it. So the one in the middle will have change inside the quotes, meeting panel. It'll also have a data disabled true set to it. There we go. So, oh, and also it will need its own div. Well, actually, div EMD. And then 7K to bring those in. I'll write that, and that should look right. The next bit we'll need at the bottom is like the link, right? This link thing. Let's do div dot class, not class dot meeting panel button, which will have a paragraph inside of it, and the paragraph will say locked. It kind of is a couple of things actually, because it's actually this section here, isn't it? So we will take those. And actually the button here shouldn't be responsible for a couple of things, like the fact that it's going to contain a cluster and the fact that the cluster should have a small gap. But it should take care of the padding and it should take care of the background. Okay. That's where we're at. It looks a little off. Don't know why. Oh, because we haven't applied any of the padding. Or we have applied the padding. I don't really know what's happening there with the padding. Meeting panel button should be applying padding. So, why do they look different? I'm not sure, you know? That's got a height of 46.39, you know? And, I mean, maybe the gap is applying. I don't know. The one to the left has 49.56. The paragraph has 25.59. 22. Oh, interesting. I wonder if really I should have a div in here. Or not a div, but yeah, a div. Div class cluster 6J. I mean, I do set that text to small, but it's interesting because this one over here looks to be the right size. Like, why is this a different size? Because this has the same styles. Maybe the padding was different. This is maybe using PY small, like padding, that's XS and this is small. And it's the text size that's different here. So maybe we shouldn't change the text size. No, maybe. But that is just so in your face. Just it's too much. Too much in your face. Too much, you know? It is too much in your face. And I need to, I don't know, it doesn't sit well, you know? I kind of preferred the smaller height. But it has to be consistent with the one to the left, you know? Perhaps I set a min height on the button. But that also feels off to me. I could do that. 50. Seems like 50 is about the right min height. I don't love it, you know, but who says we have to love it? We can do width. Not width. Min height. 50 pixels. Yeah. Hey dude, how's it going? Good, thank you. How are you? How's it going, Bish? Text. Small. And then we go back to that. And I agree, lock did look a bit aggressive from the UI perspective. Yeah, it's a very small difference in the font size, but it just, I don't know. It's also just very different to this text. Maybe I should just make it more similar to that text. Meeting index. Oh, actually, it's going to be meeting underscore meeting. On here, I have just simple cluster. It's like that. I think we'll do that for this one. Maybe the button should just like follow the same cluster. What's going on here? Oh, this just has ML Auto on it. Easy enough. Cool. I think that's probably okay. That's maybe better than doing the I don't know, I kind of like the uppercase bit going on. It distinguishes it a bit more. Uppercase, tracking, wider, woder. Text small. I think it does have to be small though if it's uppercase. But now it looks a bit weird. And then when it's big, it's too big. What is the font size? Is the font size the standard font size, or has it been increased in some way? Font size? Just the base. Just the base size. Okay. It looks okay though, I think, for now. I'll probably refine it a bit more over time, but change inside here to meeting panel, and then we'll have a data disabled true on there, and then change inside these quotes to meeting panel button cluster. Delete to T. Delete to T. Uppercase, tracking wider. And then down here we can have the ML auto to make sure that there is a space between the two. Oh, and pointer events is obviously actually disabling the link. But I think you can still tab to it. Yeah, you can. But pointer events actually disables the hover, which is useful. But it doesn't disable the focus state. And now I think I rename the class as well. So if we go here, change it to box button. I think box button probably makes sense. Box button with its own button, it's kind of weird. Trying to think of a name for this pattern. I'm not going to find it in here. I need a name for the component that represents a box is entirely pressable. The box contains has a link The box contains a header and some text about what the box is representing. At the bottom of the box is a call to action with some icon. Yes. A versatile and interactive UI element. Linkable card. Card could probably work. Action box. Kind of like action box. It's an interactive box. An action you can take. Maybe, yeah, I'm going to go action box. Action box button. Action box, yeah, fine. Action box. Change to the underscore action box. Change to the underscore action box. PG. Box, not box. Meeting panel. Control Q to add all of those to the quick fix list, I believe. And then we'll do, let's probably record a macro. QR. We'll do colon, then S, meeting panel becomes action box G. Q. I probably should have ordered that in there as well, the writing of the file, but hey. At R, where is a... I think that worked. It jolted around a bit, but I think it covered all of the cases. Yeah, because they were all in the same file. Sweet. Now I can jump back down, close that, save this, and then we are renaming this to action box. Action box. It still thinks we're in the meeting panel. There we go. Anyway, so does that still work? If I refresh, is this now an action box? It is still an action box. Nice. Okay. Cool. Cool. Now. I need some sort of like meeting helper or like application helper for the action box, because I want to be able to pass disabled and then it render it correctly. With the locked, right? So But I also need to render the correct button. Like, how do I want to do that? Do I want to have like something that's like action box 2, like meeting transcription path at meeting, and then lock and then some sort of like, hey, like it's locked if the meeting recording isn't present and it's not been paid. And then up here you'd have like do, you know, this doesn't exist yet, but this is what I'm thinking we maybe create. I'm kind of wondering whether this should return a thing that I can then yield. Like, maybe this should be like box, because then I could maybe do like box.content do, you know. And then perhaps we could also do like box.button do. And then in here I could do the whole like h2 text-based transcription, h2.text-base. Not sure I did the new line there. Transcription. And then we could do, I guess we'll just grab this. Yeah, because I want to be able to control this text here. And then here, this would be like the default and maybe I can pass like class cluster to it. And it would contain those. That this would be like edit transcription. Like those don't exist, and this is going to error now. But I guess that's kind of what I want to create. And then the box.button wouldn't get rendered. I kind of like this. How we create it, I don't really know, to be honest. I'm curious what happens if I just say ChatGPT, like, hey, like, I haven't written the action box to helper. Could you write it for me so that the above code would render correctly? I'm curious as to whether this is going to get anywhere close to what I think it would do, or what it should be. Not form. You didn't quite get it correct. The box button should not be rendered if the button action box is given locked. through. We also box button and box content are supplied by the block, to the proc. Action box builder. Interesting. Yeah, I guess it kind of is a box builder, you know. Why do you keep doing this form tag? Like, what is this form tag? I mean, yes, the yield box is kind of what I want. Try random queue, not linked to UI design in any way. Do you have the file type that can be uploaded locked to audio only, or could someone say upload a video recording of a meeting and still get a transcript out? Yeah, I need to. That's something I need to dig into at some point. You can probably upload anything right now. I don't have it that locked down. AWS Transcribe will only support certain file formats. That'll only work if you get the right format that that AWS Transcribe accepts. I need to figure out at some point a parsing pipeline. You can upload a video. MP4 is supported by AWS Transcribe. So yeah, you can upload a video. We won't. I mean, I've hard coded some of the UI elements to be audio, so that might not work. I mean, it's a good. I'll test it actually at some point because it'll be interesting to see. But yeah, it's a good reminder. I'm going to make a little GitHub issue because I don't think I've created one yet for it, and check formats. I've kind of done that. Yeah. Helpers. And create a new file is going to be the action box helpers.rb, helper.rb, module action box helper, def action box to URL. Options, and it takes a block. Sorry to take you away from where you were, just a random thought that came to mind. We'll try not to add in much random thoughts mid-progress. No, it's fine, not a problem. I quite enjoy the random thoughts. I'm happy to get sidetracked and I thought I was going to go get water in that ad break. It just kind of crept by and disappeared, and I've completely forgotten about the ad break. I'll wait until the next one, if I can last that long. Okay, I think I've got the block here. I don't know what capture is. Block.crawl. And then we're gonna have like I guess the box builder, right? So we're going to have some sort of class which is like action box builder. Initialize. Sure, we'll do that for now. And then we'll also do def. What do we have? We had like def box content. Again, this capture word keeps coming up. We don't actually want anything in here just yet. Def box button, and that's going to take a block as well. Maybe it just returns the block for now, like yield, or just and block dot call, you know. So perhaps down here we have box equals action box builder, you know, and we're going to pass our box builder into our thing that we've called. And we'll refresh. I'm curious as to see. Okay, can't call the block call. That makes sense because I don't actually want the ampersand on there. Undefined method content. Okay, fine. It wasn't box content. It was just content. I think this one's just called button as well. Got a meeting to join, so I'll keep quiet for a minute. No worries. Hope you have a good meeting. Given one. I think that's because I have options in here, right? Options. Whoa. What's going on? So it kind of worked, you know, kind of have something going on there. Locked. False. So now when we pass here, we will pass in locked is whether the options is locked. Add this here. I'm curious as to like what's going on here. We're very close to what we've got here, right? But then template is self. Seems a bit odd. I guess we can do some stuff here where like return if at locked. You know, we just return nothing if it's locked. And maybe we just set locked, just simple for now. Change to D, change to D. True. The one's locked, one's not. Okay. F locked button. Alright. And then maybe this is just like tag.div class box button do, and then cluster, and tag dot paragraph locked. I don't know if that's locked button. And if I method tag, maybe that's where we had this concept of like template. On here, it had like template. Template. Not, you know, it's not far off. Like, it's kind of coming together there. Options, data, options, data, disabled is true. True if options locked. Yeah. Options. Have to spread the keyword out, yeah. Okay. And then content, I suppose, should have at template.tag.div with a class of p large or whatever it's at. Do end. Is that correct? Is p large the right? P large is not the right thing. What is the PMD? at template.tag.div class is that change options class. No, need to still do end down there. Edit transcription. It's actually pretty nice, because then in our code here, it kind of doesn't look too different, but all we have to do is just turn this like locked true, locked false on and off, and it will lock the box for us. The only bit that's missing right now is the lock doesn't have the thing. Also, it's not click. Neither of these are clickable because they're just divs, right? So we need to decide whether to use the link to. Return link to and block if option, unless options blocked. I need to pass. That's not going to work because the block's not getting past the box builder. Bob the box builder. So how do I pass the proc? Like maybe we do cb equals proc.new. I don't know if that. Is this now a link? Yeah, that is now a link. And this one is a div. Good. Sweet. What are we doing with the music? What are we doing with the music? I don't know. There's a lot going. It feels a bit messy, you know. Like let's get a quick PR review. Please do a review of my code for this action box builder as if I have made a pull request. And it's kind of giving me a bunch of stuff that I don't really care about, you know? Okay, and then there's this other bit that I'm kind of a bit stuck on as well, is that I need to grab this and ask it. Okay, let's maybe... How can I make my locked button tag also return the following SVG snippet in the HTML along with the paragraph locked? How can we do that? Like safe join? I dislike this. I also feel like, sure, whatevs, you know. Is there a better way rather than using the tag method? You know, I'm kind of like, I don't want tag, you know. Yeah. What's it gonna do with this? What do we think? Raw? Just raw? I'll give it a go, you know. Sounds raw. At template.raw. No, not that. Not that, you silly muppet. We'll grab this. Yank. Go back here. Put it back up there. What happens now? Did that... Okay, so it's like one or the other. So I need to actually add these. Plus... I just add them together. I mean, I could just do this, right? Yo, dog, I heard you like your HTML and your Ruby code. It does the job, you know? And for this, it feels safe enough because there's not anything going on in there. It's just... I actually quite like that. It looks pretty good, I think. Let's see, is there a better way I can handle the callback proc thing that's going on? I only did that because I needed some way to inject the box builder into the proc passed to the helper as we pass it down to either a link to or the tag.div. You know, kind of like so I'm sure there's something better here that we can do. Right. It's not really what I want either. That looks more confusing. Here's what I currently have. Should I define the proc in some other way that is more streamlined or succinct, you know? Some of those things that we want to do. Whenever I get responses from ChatGPT, I kind of ignore all of this, wait for the box to appear, look at the box. That's not more succinct. That is... ways of defining procs in Ruby. Ruby blocks procs lambdas. I mean, I could do... I am kind of wondering if I could just make a lambda right here. Like CB equals block.callbox. Like, is that the same? Wrong number of arguments given 1. Given 1. Interesting. Interesting. So the lambda obviously doesn't really work because we don't actually know what we're getting, and I don't really care what we're getting, and sometimes it might be 1, sometimes it might be more. I could also define a proc like this. So perhaps we do that. Proc.new. And then that doesn't care about the fact that I'm not actually caring about the other items. I wonder actually if I do start options on the end there, and then we do locked false. Okay. I think I'm happy with that. Maybe I also want the ability to pass options here. So like star options, class options, class. Right. And that just makes sure that I can then still go in and add stuff to those if I wanted to. Like I'm doing with this one. This one gets cluster added to it. Even though this box button here, when it's not locked, doesn't have cluster in it. This adds cluster back. Sweet. Okay, cool. I'm kind of happy with that. That looks good. Looks good. So that's the transcription one. Delete. Well, do I want to delete it or do I just change it to this? Meeting agenda items path locked. It's false by default, so I don't need to pass it. This can be agenda. Delete 7J. Add your meeting agenda. And then this will be edit agenda. Cool. And that's that. I can delete 13J now. Edit agenda. Edit transcription. This can then be done on based whether the meeting dot recording is present and meeting dot recording is paid. Those things are true. Oh. Is not present or it's not paid. One of those things are true. Add them the other way around. Okay, cool. Delete 19J. space there. And then I guess we'll just change this up. Hey, Legend Monkey, thank you for the follow. You are a legend. Hope you're having a good day. I'm going to end there. And we don't want this to be locked anymore, right? Kind of want the same sort of stuff that's going on there happen down here. Few minutes. And then this will now become a action box. 2. And then delete 2D, delete 2D, delete 2D. No. Locked. If the meeting... Hey, I'm good, just working. Good. Transcription present. What have I done? I'm missing a do down here. Is that the only thing I was missing? I'm missing a box. That's locked. Then you can generate transcription. How long have you been doing this? We're on episode 32. So, and usually my streams are, I've been doing all of this on stream. So, I'm assuming you mean specific project, by the way. But yeah, this project. So 32. 128 hours so far, I suppose. I kind of do it a couple of hours per stream, I suppose. The average is probably about 4 hours per stream. What would that be? 3 and a bit weeks if I was doing it, maybe full. I don't know, yeah, 4 weeks, I don't know. Whatever. Coding in general, I don't know, maybe 20 years. Professional employment of coding, probably 15 years. Something like that. That's weird. Oh, because the transcription exists. And we never paid, so this one's locked. Very nice. I might start my own project, but once I finish work, I'm burnt out. Yeah, that's hard. I'm currently not working anywhere, so I'm kind of taking a bit of a break at the moment. So it's kind of given me some time to work on a few little projects. I'm working on this and a couple of other little projects as well that I'm doing off stream and doing some open source stuff. But yeah, it's hard. I think of all the times when I tried to work on things like this when I had a full-time job, I get the burning out at the end. Also, I think like when I'm working full-time for a company, my brain is just so in on that thing. It's really hard to kind of think about other problems in other areas and switch. So. locked. I want this, so locked can be true if either of those things exist. This is getting complex. And there's no meeting transcription present. Okay. What is it you do, Legend Monkey? What kind of work do you do? I assume you're in coding, but I wondered whether you're like front end, back end, full stack. What kind of technology you use and stuff. I'm back end. Nice. Mainly Perl? Wow. That is not what I expected to hear. Hate it. How did you end up in Perl? Like, that is not something I expected to hear. I was expecting to hear like, oh yeah, Python, or I don't know. Even PHP, I wouldn't have been surprised. Like, but Perl, I'm like, how long have you been doing Perl? Two years now. I'm still. How did you get into Perl? Like, I feel like Perl is just not something that I see entry routes into for. I was expect like, again, I'm shocked because I feel like if you're doing Perl, I kind of half expected you to say, oh yeah, I've been doing it for like 20 years, and it's just you've been doing it because it's just been the thing you've been doing forever. I know very little about Perl and how it works. I want to see some Perl code. That says pay to start transcription, but then it's also unlocked. So what's going on there? Oh, because it's just doing it on the transcription present. Never heard of Perl before I joined the place I'm at. I was offered this role when I came out of uni and just accepted it. Fair enough. That makes sense. Yeah, I was going to say it would have to be a company that already had been doing it. It is like the tech choices we make really do last at some companies. Like, they just stick. And then you look around the industry and you see people chatting about React server components and all of these new things, and it sounds like everybody's just doing the new fangled dangled fancy stuff, but there's still code bases out there that are doing like React with class components or Perl or whatever, right? Email marketing software called Adistra. That is a weird name, not heard of that one. Cool though. Looks interesting. Seems like quite a large company. Oh, I've just noticed we do have an ad coming up in about 30 seconds. I do have ads just on an automatic schedule just because it gives me a chance to go grab a break, and I'm going to go grab a water in this one. And also it avoids pre-rolls so people don't get ads when they join and check out the stream. The architect's all in their 50s and won't move to anything else. That's interesting. I'm surprised because I feel like they're going to get stuck at some point for hiring, but if they're just hiring out of uni, maybe that's a way around it. Anyway, the ads are going to start, so I am going to grab a drink and then I will be back in a moment. I'll see you in a moment. I'm back. Looks like there's still a couple more minutes of ads, so I don't know if you can hear me right now, Legend, so I shall wait until it says the ads are finished before responding to a couple of messages there. Now, I think we've got to something where actually all of these kind of work and they unlock at the right stage. And so, and also I can't tab through the ones that are disabled because they're not there, they're locked. Okay, cool. So I think we'll commit what we've got so far. And just see what we've got. So we renamed that file. And we also changed some of the content to action box button and added the data disabled stuff. Nice. Below we updated to make sure we don't capture any hidden stuff, because that would be bad. Action box helper. I actually hadn't done this before in Ruby with the action box helper, and I'm quite happy with how that turned out. I quite like this this approach that I've got there. I could have also executed it maybe in the context of the action box builder, but I actually don't think I need to. I think this idea of having the box returned is quite nice. Kind of very similar to the form in the form builder. Kind of clearing up the use of pop out. I probably should remove pop out at some point because it just isn't being used, because I'm replacing it with just border utility properties. Meeting panel becomes action box. Yeah. Flow space large. Okay, flow large. And yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm kind of happy with all of those. Let's do feature, lock, use locked buttons, boxes for meeting, transcription, and minutes. Ads have finished. They tend to struggle roles to fill the roles if someone leaves. Yeah, it's understandable. I'm just learning Rust on the side. Rust's a nice language. I've checked out a little bit of Rust before. Is it Rust that has the trait system? I quite like the idea of the trait system in Rust. Yeah, I've not really done anything with Rust, but I'm a lot more familiar with the syntax than I am with Perl, for sure. I'm curious, one of the things I'm curious about while I'm looking in here is I've got these icons, right? These SVGs embedded into the page. And I actually have access to Campfire's code base. I brought it. I'm kind of curious as to some of the stuff that's going on there. One of the ones I'm in is Small Talk. And I'm curious, like, they've got icons in here, like, right? And are these embedded as SVGs? Image role, presentation. So they're just embedding those images. I'm curious as how they've done that. So I'm actually going to jump over to the Campfire code base. Do you reckon it's in any of these? Image tag arrow left. So they just have their SVGs as all of these arrows, as all of these images. I reckon we could probably do that, you know. That might be nicer rather than what I've got going on here. Like if we took this and then images icon. We don't know what icon. And then did like right arrow.svg. And then we wouldn't have the class, right? So and the data slot also doesn't make sense. So let's say we had that, right? This right arrow SVG. Is that similar to what they had going on Campfire? Yeah, I guess so. Is that what it was called in Hero Icons? I guess it was arrow right, yeah, I suppose. Maybe arrow right makes more sense because when I'm searching for them, I can just go arrow and then it will show different directions. Okay. And then let's go back to our meeting show. And then maybe replace this with image tag arrow right.svg role presentation. I did it for the meeting minutes. I need to find one where the minutes is open. There's a couple of issues, right? One of them is the color, the fill. Fill current color. Can I do that? This is why I typically just embed the SVGs because I've started using NeoVim recently. I like it, but I'm forever trying to remember key mappings. I've only just started with NeoVim as well. I recommend just trying it with a small set to begin with. I mean, the other thing that I did as well before I jumped into NeoVim, I spent a little while using the VS Code. I mean, I don't even open VS Code anymore, rarely, but in VS Code there is a... Also, something weird happened to my VS Code. Like, I don't know, the theme is different. Did VS Code delete itself or something at some point? I don't even know, like, what's going on with VS Code these days. But let's open up master minutes. We'll delete those. Meeting, that's not master minutes, that's meeting minutes, which is the minutes from a meeting that I'm actually trying to... That was other project. Is there master minutes? Master minutes app. There we go. VS Code nuked itself for me at some point because this is not my config at all. Oh, it's slowly there. Okay, maybe it is. Anyway, there's a Vim plugin for VS Code, which allows you to use the key bindings. And then down here, there's the normal mode, so you can do the JK. And then, yeah. So I started with that, and then occasionally I'd just disable it. I mean, is it toggle Vim mode, and then you can toggle it off. Toggle Vim mode. So that's a good way of starting, I think. Trying to use, there's usually plugins for whatever editor you use as well. Learn the Vim motions first before trying to learn maybe something more like NeoVim. And then once you've got those, I recommend jumping into NeoVim a bit more. What else can I recommend for the motions? Vim Tutor, I think it's all the standard stuff that most people recommend. We did play around with Vim Tutor a little bit. We kind of went through that a couple of times. Why is that not getting syntax highlight? I don't know. I'm on a Be Right Back screen still. I'm back. I'm here. I've been for a while. But hey. The other thing that I tend to do to help myself remember some of these motions with NeoVim is just kind of give them naming or meaning. Obviously C for change, C, I, quotes, change inside quotes. So I'm inside the quotes. I could do change around the quotes if I want to change like including the quotes. And obviously D for delete, same thing, delete inside the quotes. Delete to the end of the line is the $sign. I think the $sign I remember a little bit better because it kind of borrows a little bit from regexes and stuff, and usually $sign is like the end of the line character. Same with like the caret, the little triangle. Delete to the start of the line, or just jump to the start of the line, right? If you do $sign for the end, caret for the beginning. Caret is kind of the beginning, but not quite the beginning. 0 is actually the beginning. Caret is the first non-white space character in the line. Obviously the JK, LH move around kind of thing. I quite often do the number and then the movement. I mean, those are the ones that I'm probably doing most frequently. It would be interesting to see what motions I do most frequently, or what types of motions I do most frequently. F, W, kind of find the next word. Capital F, W to kind of move back, or F, T, is it? Capital F, T. Yeah, to go back the last T character. What else? Shift V. Line selection mode. I have a couple of things set up, my own key mappings, where I can hold shift and like essentially capital J and capital K, kind of move that chunk around. I actually kind of sometimes feel like I could do with that, having that for like this. Like I could select class and then do like shift L and shift H to kind of move those around. I should probably try that at some point because I think that would be quite useful. GG to go to the top, capital G to go to the bottom of the file. I use that quite often. I think you only need to know a handful of the motions to get quite productive with NeoVim. And you can always enable mouse mode. I mean, I have mouse mode enabled anyway, so you can always, you know, go that way round. Select all. If you really want to use the mouse with NeoVim. Again, don't really know why pre-sitter got a bit confused by that syntax there. Do I have something git status? Yeah, I was doing the arrow. What was I doing with the arrow? Well, the arrow doesn't look right because it's now just embedded in the page. Sure, I can add the class height 20 pixels and width 20 pixels to bring it back down to the correct size. But that doesn't really solve the core of the problem. What have I done? I've done stuff somewhere. Broken something somewhere. Oh, it's the that. I fixed it. And also margin left auto, right? Was the other thing. With an SVG embedded in the image in an image tag, how can I change the color of the path to, or like fill? Which one is it? The stroke. Change the color of the stroke to match the current text color. Is it possible? I don't. You know. And that's does it actually have access to the CSS variables in the file? That's interesting. Oh. You would then need a way to ensure the SVG uses the page's CSS variables. This may involve serving the SVG with inline styles or manipulating it with JavaScript. Oh dear. Obviously, inline SVG is the way we kind of want to go. Is there an easy way to inline the SVG in Ruby on Rails? That's kind of what we want to do. We want to inline it. I don't want to install a gem. Oh. That was loud. I could render it as a partial. I could also... What about as a helper method? Could I use raw? Would this be okay? Is it tag.raw? Like, I don't... I think it's just raw. Bypassing HTML escaping, particularly useful SVG inlining. I'm going to take that. We'll give that a go. Oh, the other thing that I use a lot is actually capital O, like new line above. I actually kind of wish there was a way of doing new line above without actually going into insert mode, because quite often I just want to go, I want some space above. And I don't necessarily want to insert anything, I just want to create some space. I don't know. Like, perhaps like carrot symbol might be nice to do that. I don't know. They gave us options, but they didn't do anything with those options. Like, why are we taking options in? Yeah, I'd like to set the class of the SVG. They did say, you know, I could do that, but I'm saying, how do I do that? Because I feel like the raw, I'm gonna have to pass the file and then like add the class in. That's ugly. I don't want to do that. Ugh. I don't want to knock ugly past the SVG. That's not what I'm into. I'm not into knockogri, or whatever you pronounce that word. That's, what was it? Where's it gone? Knockogiri. I'm assuming that's like Japanese, yeah. Does this actually have a meaning? Japanese saw. Type of saw used in woodworking and Japanese carpentry, cuts on the pull stroke. Unlike most European saws that cut on the push stroke, Japanese saws are most known for pull saws. Interesting. Why do we push and they pull? Don't know. Is one better than the other? Who knows? Well, I don't like that. Don't like that. You know? Okay, so now we solved that problem, but now we're back to having a huge button, huge arrow, because I can't get the class down into the arrow, you know? It's just not, it doesn't want to be there. So how? Why? You know, maybe I should just install the gem. Maybe, you know, could just install a gem. But I don't want to, you know? Embed SVG documents in your Rails app. Starting SVG document with CSS for use on the web is most reliably achieved by adding classes to the document and embedding it in line. Yes, that is correct. That is the best approach. It is the approach that is suggested in most places. Inline SVG, SVG is an object, SVG data URLs, SVG in many ways. What is the best way? This gem adds the Rails helper methods inline SVG tag, inline SVG pack tag that read an SVG document via Sprocket's Webpacker. Also works, so it works with the Rails asset pipeline. Applies a CSS class attribute to the root of the document and then embeds it in a view. Supports 5, 6, and 7. Inline SVG no longer supports 3 or 4. We didn't cover. So this does do what I would like it to do. The question is like, what's the impact, you know? And like, what is it actually? Is it just doing Nokogiri underneath? What is it doing? A lot of code. Action view helpers, inline SVG tag with asset finder, render inline SVG tag. Transform params with asset finder. Read the SVG, okay, and then what? Generate HTML from the SVG file, transform params. Okay, so we go to this generate HTML from. Oh look, it's our friend Nokogiri, which I'm probably pronouncing wrong, but like, why don't I just document at CSS. I don't know what that at CSS bit is about. Transformations, look up, transform params, reduce the document. And then obviously they've got a bunch of code here that kind of works out what transformation should be applied. Maybe they have caching. I don't know, you know. Who knows? Does it say anything about caching? Caching all your assets at boot time. When your deployment strategy prevents dynamic asset file loading from disk, it can be helpful to cache all the possible SVG assets in memory and application at boot time. Do I want to? Don't I want to? It certainly would look a lot better to have something that looks like this than something that looks like that. Yeah, fine. That's a lot less code. Also, I'm kind of hoping that this gem is going to do stuff, you know, magic stuff. Bundle, install, inline, SVG. It's going bundle, add, inline, SVG. Is it like that? Yeah. 1.9.0. Yeah. 1.9.0. Okay, cool. And then how does this work? We just call inline svg tag. We're using sprockets, which we are. And then I can pass in our class, which is going to be h20 pixels, w20 pixels. I really need a better class for saying, hey, I'd like a square that's 20 pixels. Oh, and also ML auto. So we want that margin left. How do you plan your projects? You know, I just kind of wing it most of the time. I kind of pick go one day at a time with a lot of it. A mixture of things. I mean, I started this project using Miro. I'll do. Why is it not unlocking? Okay, you know, we'll put the I'll usually start with Miro and kind of pull some stuff together in here. It depends on the project and how complex it is and what it is. You know, I'll often. I used to do a lot of, like, my background is product as well, so I did a lot of product stuff. So lots of a few flowcharts. Sometimes some of those flowcharts are around like user experience and kind of the flow that I want to get through the app. Sometimes they are more data structure bound. So this one was data structure bound. And then I will typically build out a bit of a breadboard, which is the kind of name that I use to describe the technique of mapping out the flow through the application. So each one of these kind of clusters is a place in the app. That might I kind of avoid any UI design at this point. It's a place in the app that you can go, and there are a bunch of things afforded to you in that place. So you start on the meeting screen. There are a set of meetings that are repeated and an affordance to add a new meeting. And you can kind of flow through these, and you can imagine working through the app. So I sketched this out at the beginning of the project. Once it gets into build, especially early on when the project is so new and you're kind of in that R&D, research and development space, like, you really can't do too much planning, I don't believe. You can try, but you should just be moving so quick that actually any documentation that you do is probably going to get out of date very quickly. You're just tackling so many problems all at once, and so you're just in that space of kind of rapidly prioritizing all of the time. So it's like constantly review where you're at, where you're going, what's next, where do we go next, what's the next big thing, what's the big unknowns. Like, I'm trying to tackle all of the big unknowns and accepting that there's a bunch of stuff that I do need to do at some point, but it's a known unknown. Like, I know that it's an unknown and how deep that unknown goes. It's a problem that I know I can solve, but I don't need to solve it now. And really what I'm trying to do is tackle all of the big problems, and also starting in the middle as well. I'm like, what's the core of the solution? So I'm not building stuff like login. I didn't build login until, I don't know, maybe episode 15, 20. That whole authentication stuff I did not touch until I had the core of the application built. And then, yeah, it gets to a certain point where, like, now I've started to get something that is got an end-to-end app now. Like, you can go through here and you can use it. There's a few bugs, there's a few things that I still need to work on, but the flow is there, everything's kind of there. And at this point I'm kind of using a mixture of things. I'm mostly using GitHub now, so I have a bunch of issues that I'm tracking in GitHub because as the app's grown, the scope of the work has increased. There's more things that I want to do that I kind of forget about and might lose track of. And so I'll keep stuff in here occasionally if I think of things, and just add a new issue and write a quick note in there to myself. And at that point, that helps me still do the same process I was doing before. I need to figure out what's going on there. That still helps me do the same process as I was doing before. But yeah. Yeah, I'm still constantly reviewing, like, hey, what's the next big thing that I should be focused on? Usually always with a goal of, like, what's the minimum I need to do to get this out. I'm always kind of working with a principle of what's the principle? Who's talking about maximizing the work not done? So, like, how can I maximize the value from the smallest amount of work that I'm doing? And that's a constant process. The planning is kind of always happening. I will sit and just stare at the screen for a little while and just go, okay, like, that's me planning, figuring out, like, where do we go next? I'm prioritizing and evaluating and looking at what we've got so far and figuring out, actually, here's what we're going to work on next. And so, yeah, I guess that's kind of my philosophy maybe on planning maybe at the moment. Once the project becomes something that's a bit more, like, it's a scale that increases. It's an evolving process, the planning part. Once you get to something that is kind of end-to-end complete, I start layering in the more specific, focused projects that are maybe a bit more defined. As soon as we have version 1 out the door, I switch and kind of move into more, okay, we are now running in production and we're going to do focused, specific projects to make some sort of movement with some sort of goal in mind. But until that point, it's very much kind of moving very rapidly, fast-paced, kind of changing priorities all the time. I kind of just have this vision in my head of what I want it to do and how I want it to work, and I'm working towards that all the time. And then once we've got that, then it becomes smaller projects along the way. Thanks for sharing, I appreciate it. No worries. I kind of rambled a bit there, but I felt like maybe there was something of value in there that I could probably need to write up at some point. I can probably make it a little bit more succinct. I did a lot of shape up. Shape up is maybe where I move to if I'm working on a project that's maybe a bit more complete. I really recommend this book. There's so much value in here. This talks a little bit about the idea of breadboarding in here. So there will be a bit somewhere in here, breadboarding, and how that works and what the deal is with that in the language. Yeah, this is a really good book. But this, again, I think there's a section down the bottom somewhere around like R&D or something. Adjust to your size. There's definitely something about like R&D. I'm sure there was. I don't know. I thought there was. But anyway, shape up is kind of what I trend towards once the project has been a bit more complete. But there's a bunch of principles in here that I use along the way as well. I tend to kind of pick a mix on some of those. And at that point, I tend to use Basecamp as the tool for managing the project a little bit more. I do actually have a Basecamp. Basecamp, I'm not logged in, am I on here? No. Project for this. Just see what's in here quickly first. Oh, where's it gone? Minutes. Yeah, I do have a project in here, and I set up a bunch of stuff and then never really got back to here. I did the back end, I did the Redis, I did the Terraform production bucket, I did the AWS credentials, I did the Stripe login, I did the OpenAI. Did I do the OpenAI prod credentials? I don't think I did, but it doesn't matter. No, I did. Rails credentials, per environment, did that, Hatchbox setup, domain config, cloud. I did all of those things. But as you can see, I kind of not really using this right now. But I do use it to kind of store some stuff. It's like the kind of place I used to dump some stuff. And then Figma is the other tool as well. I'm kind of using a lot to do a lot of design work. Yeah, I'm happy with that as an approach anyway. For that, I can get rid of those. Yank, paste. This is one of the things in NeoVim I need to get better at doing, which is I need to work out how to, when I delete something, it puts it into my register. Sometimes I don't want it in the register because I'm pasting the same thing in a bunch of places and I don't want to lose what's currently in the register. Kind of annoying. Or I kind of want to replace something with what's in the register. So it's almost like a paste, change, replace. I don't know. I need to figure that out something. We probably need to boost. Oh, I already had it on 200 ISO. Hey ho. Meeting index. Oh, actually, it's meeting underscore meeting, isn't it? This one here. Well, so then when I go back to here, this is also has the correct stuff. Compile. Okay, happy with that. Commit refactor, and the refactoring we are doing is store SVG icon in assets and use inline SVG to enter. Okay, cool. Happy with that. I just need to check something, see if I've got a email regarding something. I've also noticed another pull request thing that maybe we can touch on as well, actually. Oh, I haven't had a reply yet. Okay, cool. We're kind of done with some of those things. I want to quickly just check. I think the next thing I want to work on is this pay button. That's going to be the next goal we go for. But while I do that, I've just noticed I've got some unread notifications. By default form styling, we have a bit of a... yeah, that's nicer. I prefer that. This is for context, by the way, because you probably don't know about this. Over the weekend, I've been starting to contribute to the Maybe project that's on GitHub. It's an open source operating system for your personal finances, is how it's being described. And I made some pull requests to change some of the form styling. And I wrote a bit of a blog post about this the other day that might be worth checking out. Because I was trying to work out the best way to ensure the CSS is maintainable, and so I made some changes, and everyone likes to know, have their fair share of how they do CSS, but I think what I came up with in the end now is looking pretty clean. And so there's just a review here that I just want to quickly go. I think this might be easier to read. Case options label when it's array, turn the label. When it's a string, turn an array with the label and the thing. Yes. When it's a hash, turn the options, else turn that. Hello, Huvian Faye. How's it going? Hope you're having a good day. I'm good, still buzzing from last night. What was last night? What happened last night? I bought my first ever album vinyl. Nice. Congratulations. Sorry, I just got distracted by something. Tay-Tay's upcoming album was released on April 19th. Nice. I don't have any vinyl. I want to create my own book club Goodreads combo application, but still in the process of planning it and working where to start. What's like the most central part of the concept? Like, what is the... Is it tracking books? Is it a feed? Is it posts about the books? Like, what's the core part? And start from there. And just build that. Like, is there something that you can build and deploy that is just the smallest possible thing? I can't remember if I told you, but you once knew me in another name. Nabs or Nabs? I did wonder. I thought you might be Nabs, but you can never really tell when people change their name. You just have this feeling. You're like, I kind of know you, but I don't fully know you. That sort of thing. But yeah, cool. Hope you're doing well, Nabs. Well, Huvian, it's the same pleb. Same pleb behind the same key. It might have a different keyboard, to be fair, or you might be on a phone. I don't know. But hope you're doing well. Been a few years. There's definitely, I don't think you mentioned it last time, but I kind of, yeah, I can't remember. Maybe you did mention it last time. I know you was in here a few weeks ago, or a little while ago. Yeah, tracking will be the main concept. I imagine, like you mentioned, it being a book club, there's a social element to that, but I also think version 1 doesn't need to have a social element to it. I think version 1 you just have, you've obviously need to have a concept of people signing in. Start with the basic model, then build up. Yep, exactly. Yeah, and the basic model doesn't have to be too complex. You can have something quite small and work on and expand from there. You can add stuff to the model later. You can have a simple user, and you can have books, and you can have a relationship between the two. That you just need to come up with a name for. I guess you could read a book multiple times. So you could have a reading model. You've probably got 3 models, right? Users or people, books, and then like reading sessions, maybe. That links users to books. I'm not sure reading sessions is the right term, but okay. Yeah, and I'm a Swiftie now. Let's just say some shit happened last year and Tay-Tay's music saved you. Sorry to hear that, but also glad to hear that you got saved there. I like Tay-Tay. Tay-Tay's good. Refactor label args. I was meant to see her Eras tour this year, but I couldn't get tickets. That sucks. I imagine they sell out pretty quick. Yeah, I knew what you meant. You couldn't get tickets. Thanks for the chat and inspo. Need to get this ticket done before end of sprint tomorrow. No worries. Good luck with the end of your sprint. Hope to see you again soon. Thanks for hanging out. So good luck and see you when you're next on. Yeah, I'll be on. I believe I'll be on tomorrow. I try to stream similar time every day during the week, on the weekdays. I usually take 1 or 2 days off a week. I need to. But this week is looking okay. There's an Eras tour movie that she has filmed on the last leg of her US tour. That's cool. Right, that's work laptop off now before anything else comes up. End of the day. Get it closed down. Yeah. 3 hours of music and vibes. Is that like a kind of documentary of the tour or something? On the last leg? Kind of behind the scenes? That'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of cool. It's 5:15 and I don't know how much I want to get into this pay button just yet. I'm not ready to finish streaming today, but I also don't know if I want to get into the pay button just now. Maybe the pay button is tomorrow. No, it's the actual concert. Oh, okay. That's quite cool. For anyone who couldn't get tickets, you can just watch the movie. Is she performing for the full 3 hours? It feels like a long set. I imagine there must be some level of that which is kind of behind the scenes, but also then just the 4.5 hours. The movie's cut down. I suppose if it includes like the does she have supporting acts or anything? I know very little about her at all. Looks like we've got an ad coming up as well in about 50 seconds. Do have ads just on automatic schedule so we can avoid pre-rolls. But yeah. There's an opening act, then it's right into it. 5 eras, 45 songs. Wow. That's a lot. Did he say anything else, or was it just the... Well, the laptop might be off, but now it's on to flat chores and putting stuff in the recycling and jugs, so I'll be in and out for a bit. No worries. In between, there's a 5-minute gap for a costume change, but the movie edits all of those out. There's just one 5-minute gap. Okay. Only one. Only one. Right, fine. Let's see. I wonder if... Between eras. Oh, several 5 minutes. Okay, that makes more sense. Between each fight. But there's still, I mean, there's only... Control B2, Control B-C, Control B-S, Control B2. Control B2, bin/dev. Also, in the one that was filmed, which was in LA, there was a 10-minute standing ovation after the Evermore era. The movie cut down at 2 minutes. Makes sense. Wrong password. Do we have a login here? What are we doing for this one? That one. That never got widthful on it, so it doesn't have the thing in the right place. She's starting the next leg of her tour today. Where is she now? Where is her next leg? What is this? Custom properties. My issues are on here. Is there something we can just do? Pick up, maybe? Integrate mails, money rouse. Is that still open? I thought this was something that... What's going on with this? Oh, someone's approved it. Looks great. what changed with this. Japan, then she's off Vegas for the Super Bowl, then Europe. She has dates in London in June. That's cool. I'm still confused of like what balance and balance sense are doing in here. Like, surely the form only accepts one. Humanized money symbol. She's currently dating a player in the NFL. Fair play. Fair play. The number field is balanced, right? I'm confused as to like what's going on here. Why is there balance and balance sense? As mentioned in the Money Rails gem docs, if you're using another database column name, or if you prefer another name for the money attribute, then you can provide as an argument with a string value to the monetize macro. So as we have the model with the attribute named balance, we have to monetize it with a specific currency. We can then use the option to define the name of the virtual attribute. In this case, the as balance sense option specifies the virtual attribute representing the monetized balance should be named balance sense. This means you can access the money object through balance sense in our Ruby code. So virtual attribute balance sense representing the monetized value of the original attribute balance. Bloody hell, it's raining hard outside right now. I don't know why I went farmer just then, you know. But hey. Yeah, I think it's still raining here. It's not really rained hard though. So what's going on here? Usage example. Monetize price cent. So for the example, we create a product model which has an integer column called price cents, and we want to handle it with a money object instead. Now each product object will have an attribute called price, which is a money object and can be used for money comparisons, conversions, etc. In the case of the name, money attribute is created automatically by removing the underscore cents. In this case, the name of the money attribute is created automatically by removing the underscore cents suffix from the column name. Okay. If you're using a different column name, or you prefer another name for the money attribute, you can provide an as argument to monetize macro. Now the model objects will have a discount attribute, which is the money object wrapping the value of discount subunit column. Okay, fine. So that, I think, was the other way around before. Like, this did change. Because I think one of his first versions, like here... I looked at this a little while ago. I was a bit confused. Yeah, balance as balance sense. That is weird. Like, that should... Okay, cool. Like, the conversation was just in here. Yeah. Balance sense and balance currency as the database column. Database. I don't know what's going on. Don't know what's going on. Dropped down to -10 the other week. I think it was like 20 degrees in Scotland like a few weeks ago. Like I don't know what's going on with the weather. Cool. So that makes sense. And then there's a there will be global warming. The planet's fucked. Yeah. Yeah, probably. Probably. Danny Rig, how's it going, my friend? It's going well. Hope you're having a good day, good evening, good afternoon, whatever, wherever it is for you. Good morning, maybe. Nearly 5:30 p.m. and I'm still in bed. Do you have a reason for still being in bed at 5:30 in the evening? Afternoon? I'd say evening because it's dark outside. I hate winter. I hate how dark it is so early. I'm glad it's starting to get lighter again. Slowly. Eventually. But yeah, it's... The reason is I'm a lazy shit. It's a fair reason, you know? I mean, each to their own, but... I do tend to just work from bed now in the morning. But I do get up at some point. Definitely before, obviously I start streaming, so about midday. From the UK, bud, we all tend to be like that. Yep. Yep. So I'm nice and cozy. Is there any issues on here that I could work on? Anything that I do want to work on? Accounts contains object. In the second column, build failed native gem. Someone's done some recommendations regarding the readme. A bit. Any PRs we want to review? Seems a bit random, but okay. It's fine. Open. Also, I've actually been watching the Eras movie every week since it first came out, and usually on the weekend. I couldn't this past weekend because my right ear game block. It's all good now. Yeah, I read year and I was like, hang on, that's meant to be ear, isn't it? Yes. When the application is installed, it's nice to have. Okay, so what does this do? It just creates a default family with a default user. John Smith. Sure, maybe. There's some weird PRs in here. I mean, it doesn't really, like, maybe it would make sense with a bit more than just a sample user. But what is this issue that's been raised? Oh, someone's already put a temporary fix. Okay, fine. So let's maybe see if we, because I created this account before, so let's maybe go Rails C. Or actually, even let's just do Rails DB drop, you know. Rails DB create. Rails DB migrate. And then we'll refresh and it should just log it out. Mad ringing of pressure, not fun. That does not sound fun. Which one am I using? We should go to accounts, but hey, let's add a bank account. My account type is checking the savings, and let's just say I've got like, I don't know, 40,000 or something stupid in there. Okay, fine. And then let's say that I have a real estate house, and that's 250. Sound ridiculous. Okay. A vehicle, and it's like Audi R8 or something, and that's now worth 100,000 or something. I don't know. That's interesting. I kind of. There was an accounts page here, but you can't ever get to it. Probably needs a link. Is there anything that's been mentioned on Discord on the project? My ear is fine. Most me again. Ear is tore, ear is tore, ear is tore. On repeat. What exactly plans are? As I can see, you changed from Next.js, Node.js to Rails. What was the reason to make the code base is Node.js not good? Rails looks like you use normal views or the API and separate use front end. Next.js, no, just Rails, you know. Online answer could be good fit for me to see my contribution start. Okay. I did the same thing 3 years ago with a movie called Cruella. Watched it over and over and over again because I became so obsessed. A little bit too soon, I think, to work on anything on maybe. There's some cool stuff going on over there, but I think the stream content we'll check back in at another point in time. I mostly just wanted to check the PR that I'd made and see what was going on with that. It was also the start of me appreciating fashion. Fair enough. I didn't expect you to become such a fashionista. Do you have a job in fashion now? Or like, what's the appreciation of fashion? 127.0.0.1. It is very cool and pretty to me. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, fine. Let's figure out this. I was sidetracking. You know, I wanted to get distracted. I got distracted by maybe and stuff, and what I didn't do was work on the bit that I should be working on next, which is this pay button. So let's jump into it. What are we doing? Meeting show. This is getting a bit long, you know. It's getting a bit chunky. Chunky. But we have this bit down here. What do we do here? So I'm kind of thinking, you know, we've got H2. I mean, all of this is really in the recording, right? Down here. What's going on here? I mean, this is messy. I don't love what's going on here. $16K. Else if it's paid, we get the button to generate transcription. Otherwise, we are prompting to pay. Has complete checkout session. Surely that should have been has completed, but hey, apparently I was, you know, not really paying attention whenever I wrote that. That's on the checkoutable concern, isn't it? Yeah, has complete checkout session, has open checkout session. I guess that makes sense because it's just following the word on the status. I don't like all of the nested conditions here, and I'm trying to just figure out what the best way of organizing them are, you know. But I'm kind of thinking, you know, we do H2 here, and we do, or like, what am I doing? Undo. What? Why have I just undo? What have I done that's meant that creates a loop? Delete. I'm in a weird, that's why. No? Okay, fine. Delete 2 there, delete 2 there. There we go. We're back to where we were supposed to be. Although, no, stuff has changed. HR H2 checkout. It's not really checkout, but a H2 I think does make sense here. And to keep in the spirit of all of the others, we'll do text space. Checkout. I actually wonder, you know, if we should wrap this in a div. Maybe move that out like there. Maybe this has text center. No. Center align all the stuff that's going on in here. Check out. Okay. And then the other thing that we might want to do in here as well is have flow. Just to add some space between these two things. And then we want to do a little bit of a message that just says like, unlock transcription and minute generation capabilities. I need to work on the wording. For this meeting by paying, I don't know, whatever. I need to see it and bring it to life a bit more. No, maybe we need to do a mix-up to one. We can bump up the font size, I think, a little bit here because we've got the big button. We've got a few things that we want to do. Feel like maybe we can go XL here. Maybe we need some margin or padding, you know, above and below, just to make this area take a bit more space. You know, this feels like it's like here's the big thing. Checkout is not the word we want to use. Unlock transcription and meeting minutes. Okay. Your meeting minutes and your meeting transcription and minutes are moments away. To proceed, please pay me some monies. I wonder about doing some sort of like table kind of design here. How do we decide how much? Is it on the recording? The unit amount is there. Duration divided by 60 times 16. Perhaps we do def cost. Change the underlying cost. Then I have access to cost. Recording.cost divided by 100. Is that gonna get me? F. Need it as a float. I need it as a balance. There was something actually I noticed as we were poking around in the maybe repo just earlier, you know, that there was something that's probably in the, it's not been merged yet. Where is it? No, it has been merged. Where is it? Oh, because it's like it was a while ago. So if I go close this one, you know, this did have something, number to currency. Is that just a Rails, you know, number to currency thing? How do I pay? Like, that's not actually, it's GBP. So number to currency, number to converter, local. So I can pass locale GB or something. Locale GB. Is that correct? Or EN? Rails locale ENGB. I don't know. EN-GB. So it's probably EN. But is it did I just did a symbol there, like far? Fur. So I have to do the dash GB bit, but I don't know if the dash GB bit is going to work as a symbol. Like, that's not a symbol, right? ENGB. Number to currency in Rails for UK GB currency. How does this work? mean, I know I could have done that, but I also just didn't really want to. Because there was this locale option, and that sounded nicer. But sure, I can do that, I suppose. Ah. There we go. I actually kind of wonder about throwing an emoji in here. Also, what on earth was that? I did Control Command Space. Command Space? Control Command Space? I don't know what that was. Control Command Space. We'll do maybe sparkles, and then we'll copy that into our clipboard, and then we'll insert and paste it into our code editor. P.mx auto. After payment, your text porcelain 500. And then also like maybe text small, because I'm thinking like, hey, this is like the subtext. And also maybe we can max width 50 ch, like 50 characters wide. Perhaps we can tighten in the payment complaints. We will begin processing your transcribing your meeting. So if I went through in here and added in like a meeting, and let's say I met on the 1st, 2nd, 2024, or even if you did it a couple of days ago, like 05, it was yesterday, you know, yesterday evening, we can then upload a file live at Rails World and create the meeting. We can upload a file, create our meeting. It's now analyzing the audio. We want to wait for the audio to be analyzed. Perhaps we could do like a waveform animation there. And then it's going to pop in and say, okay, unlock transcription and meeting minutes. Your meeting transcription and minutes are moments away. Are just moments away. Just moments away. After your payment completes, you'll begin transcribing your meeting and you'll no longer be able to change the recording for this meeting. Maybe just 5 characters, you know. Always funny when my smartwatch starts to track me going up and down the stairs carrying bin bags as a workout. You should be able to set a custom workout which is like taking out the bins. How heavy are your bin bags? Like, I suppose if you've got a lot of stairs, maybe that's the other thing. It's not the strength of the bin bags, it's the going up and down the stairs that's triggering it, isn't it? Not heavy, just had a few bulky items that I had to break up by the bins, so it's just multiple trips. I'm kind of thinking of adding something in the middle here, which is like a div, right? Which maybe has like border T2. And it doesn't understand what emit is because there isn't actually any code on the internet that uses emit because, you know, there we go. And then also maybe border B2. And then in here there'll be like recording.meeting.name. Web meeting. I'm kind of no more trips down now until my delivery grocery order arrives. Fair enough. That's cool. How many flights of stairs do you have? Is it just the one, or? Border solid, you know. Border solid. Okay, that's not what I wanted, you know, like that's what is this? I do like border none. Is that gonna work? No, 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 no. Border is 0. Not none. Sometimes it's 0, sometimes it's none. Who knows? Okay. MY small PY XS maybe. I don't know. Don't really know. I don't like how far they go out. I'm on the 2nd floor, but the stairs twist a bit, so I'd say 2 flights are really in total. MX 4XL. I don't know if that's actually going to do what I want it to do. A little bit, but kind of not quite. Text left. Is that right? Yeah. Maybe this should be MX Auto and then like a max width of 100 CH, something that's larger than the paragraph, but still 100 apparently is quite a lot. 80. It was a good workout when we first moved in, carrying the boxes up. I think I would have probably been at my best at that point. Yeah, our last place we had 3 floors, and moving furniture into the bedroom that was on like the top floor was a workout. I don't think border 1 is actually 1 pixel, you know. I get the feeling border 1 is actually like there. See, it was a couple of pixels. I don't know how many pixels, but it was more than 2 pixels. EX XS as well. Maybe I think that works. Got to the point if we have any deliveries and they carry it up, I tip them to say thanks. Actually, I can put cluster on here, and I can do justify between. So it shouldn't do anything. But then if I add another paragraph, this one is gonna have perhaps the number to currency, recording the cost.2f divided by 100 unit. It's going to be a pound sign, not a dollar sign. And there we go. Okay. $70. I don't actually know. Base 75. So actually 80 is not far off, you know. Maybe 75 makes sense. Because these are actually text-aligned center, so actually it's only if there is something that is 75 that it actually gets that far. And then this one should be like the recording.meeting, although actually I need to just quickly check the recording. There is duration. I need to take this from, and then we'll put that there. And then we'll take that back. Is there a max character limit for the meeting name? No. There isn't. I guess you could just keep going. Just wondering if a super long name would kind of break the layout a little bit. It probably would. Yeah. But I mean, it breaks it for them. I don't care. It's not that broken. The price just drops down the bottom, which is a little odd. But it's not like any of this doesn't work. It just looks a little odd. But you did choose a name that was ridiculously long, so if that's what you want to do, you know, you can do that. But I don't care. It'd probably look nicer if you keep your name short. I wonder of Maybe the meeting name on the next line slightly indented under the heading. Maybe the meeting name on the next line slightly indented under the heading. Can't visualize it. I kind of think I know what you mean, but I also don't know what you mean. I also have moved it around quite a bit in the last minute or two, so you might have sent that at any point in one of the versions I had. Porcelain 700. Maybe it was already 700. Transcription for meeting /n Feb meeting. Sorry, delivery here back in a sec. No worries. The problem with the transcription for meeting is that I guess what you're paying for is probably the transcription. That's a good point. Maybe it's £5.30 for the transcription, and then the minute generation included free is kind of the vibe I'm going for. Yeah, I think maybe that's the vibe I'm going for. So let's maybe go. I'm gonna cheat. I'm using the mouse. Using the mouse. Accidentally. Didn't mean to. Forgot about that bit. Oops. Oops. Put that back. I can kind of put that in brackets. And then I think maybe I swap the colouring around. Text porcelain 500, delete to there. What is the colour of the button by default? Polaris 600. Maybe I'll bring in some Polaris. Polaris. We've not had much Polaris in a little while. We'll get some Polaris action in. We're going to have an ad in about 50 seconds, in about a minute's time. Again, I just have ads on pre-roll, on automatic schedule, so we can avoid pre-rolls, and also sometimes take a break. Well, I'm not going to take a break right now. In fact, maybe we'll snooze this one. Yeah, we'll snooze this ad. We'll go for a bit longer. There's some pre-rolls for a bit. I'm probably gonna we'll snooze the next few ads. We won't have ads for a while because I'm probably gonna end up wrapping up in the next half hour. So rather than having ads, we'll just get them, delete to their transcription. Now you got the gist of my suggestion. Yeah, I think I had a version of this, but I didn't quite like how the time, 33 minutes 0 seconds, kind of ended up here, like in that version I had before. So kind of bringing the name and the time together in that row made more sense. I think it looked a little bit better. I don't like the deleted recording here being so in your face. I'm gonna have to come back and change that at some point because I don't like it. It's too much. This is very close. The bit that I'm not loving is, I think the concept design you have does look quite clean. Yeah, I like the design concept, like the overall concept. I think the bit that I'm struggling with is at the moment, it's just around the text and the phrasing around some of the things. So I've got like unlocked transcription and meeting minutes. I've got transcription in this bit that kind of designed this bit to look a little bit like it's the invoice checkout order page, right? I want this to maybe say and minutes. But I kind of also want to maybe hint towards the minutes are included for free in the price, but what you're paying for is the transcription. Maybe the text above the pay button. What about the text above the pay button? Just needs a rejig. Yeah, that text there almost feels like a bit like a reword or something. Yeah, maybe. After your payment completes, we'll begin transcribing your meeting. You'll no longer be able to change the recording for this meeting. Transcription will start purchase. I don't know, it just feels ugh. That looks nicer. It's got a nicer visual shape. The words feel gross. You know? The words just feel gross. with minutes included. I don't like the double brackets. The double brackets is too much. And minutes. Please confirm your recording before purchase. Transcription will start immediately. Also sounds gross. All transcriptions are final. Final. Yeah. With the kappa emote in there as well. You get the kappa face on the on that last line of text. I will be right back. Back. I think that works, you know, like it's not terrible. Kind of, I think it kind of covers all the bases of what I need it to do. Unlock transcription of meeting minutes. Your meeting transcription of minutes are just moments away. Transcription of minutes, February meeting, 33 minutes, 9 seconds, £5.30. I wonder if I merge the top part into this part, you know? I'll be back screen. Like, we could put the audio player in here. And we could have a button here that's like change recording. Because I feel like one of the problems I have with the screen right now is the recording section at the top is kind of competing because it's in the same box. And this would look a lot better if this just wasn't there, you know? Like if I could just go boink, boink, and boink. That looks nicer. But now we've lost the ability to delete the recording and the ability to check the recording, listen to the recording that we've just uploaded. We want to make sure that it's is the right one, right? Is correct. The 4 pages. So I mean, one of the ways I could do that is where is the meeting? So you have it sort of be like verification section, change recording. Yeah, I think it might simplify this page. If I take the audio tag and then put the audio tag kind of like down there. Problem is I now also have to do some other things, which is Paul J class flex. Was there flex on here? Oh, this had the cluster, right? Justify the queen. Oops. How does that look? Like, I'm kind of thinking that some of these items can come down into here. And then rather than delete recording, what we're really saying is like change recording. So if I went back here where it says button to delete the recording, actually is just change recording. And by meeting I mean recording. Then you have to text it like, please verify you have the correct meeting or change the meeting now. Blah. Yeah, change the recording now. What's going on? Why can't I get to the right bloody window? Change recording. Then when you click change recording, it resets the form. You're back here. You then upload it, you create your recording. Analyzes the audio, and then you have the screen here. And then I can get rid of well, not get rid of entirely, but we basically say if the recording's not present, we show that form. Else, if the, where is it? There's no meeting transcription present, then we're showing render the meeting recording. That now goes out of there, not that one. There, and then when I refresh, and I get rid of the HR because the HR is stupid. It's a stupid HR. Oh, we have skipped a couple of ad breaks. Now we can't skip them no more. So there will be an ad break in 50 seconds for anyone who's not subscribed. I apologise. We do run ad breaks just on an automatic schedule, just so we can avoid pre-rolls. Where's the HR? It's here. Get rid of that. Get rid of it. You know, we don't want it. apologise. That was very loud. You know, I think that maybe looks a bit better, looks cleaner, kind of more focused on the task at hand than what we had before. I don't know where I like the stack. I like the pay button being dead in the center of the screen, but I don't particularly like the order of like the change recording being so red, big. Recording. Maybe I could change that up a little bit and just have it be like in a paragraph. Have the wrong recording. No problem. Change it now. So I feel like it does need to stand out a little bit, just so the user doesn't miss it and have the wrong... No, I agree. It needs to definitely be there. And it needs to be clear. But I also... want this to really be a link. But then I need it also to just be a thing, right? I just need it to be in line. How do I set the form? Form. Oh, it's in line as well. And also, it's not in the paragraph for some reason still. Because it's a button, it won't do that. There you go. And that's hidden. That's hidden. Like, forms just can't go in paragraphs. If like small can change. I don't know if it makes sense that it is destructive, but it's kind of not that destructive because you can just upload the same recording again. EX0. I mean, maybe even P0. And then wonder if I move this like here. And if the user uploads the same recording again, it's on them. And then I guess this is also like now text small. It feels like very different size to the, like that's 19 and that's 23, but I guess it makes sense that it's a little bit of a different size, but the font looks like it's a different size. Hmm. I wonder about making this maybe font bold, so it's almost like this is the label, like this is a special form. Please confirm your recording is correct before purchase. Upload the wrong recording? No problem. Change it now. Just wonder if the sequence is right, and like I don't like how it leads into like the pay button. Like I feel like the pay button is too close to this, like it's not correct, you know. Maybe it just needs more margin on the top there. Like maybe this pay button needs more margin, or margin at the bottom. MT large. No, like maybe this. Medium. I don't think it makes sense in there. It's either something like that, or maybe the button goes above. I'm not really sure about the button going above, but it's an option that might work. It does not work. It does not work. Delete the % sign. Add the space back in. Maybe it was okay. I don't. Too much, too much. I've got a better idea. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure on the idea, but I think I've got an idea. I'm going to try an idea I have. Why is this? I guess. I mean, if you accidentally click on this pay button, it's not the end of the world. You're not actually paying. You're going to the checkout. So maybe that word should say checkout rather than pay. I don't know if I like this better or worse. I mean, this definitely feels a little bit more distinguished, but what I have now done is I've created a very I started with a very centrally aligned layout where all the text aligned was center, and now the header isn't text aligned center, and it feels like it's, well, the header is text aligned center, but the stuff below isn't. I wonder if I should actually put these in a box. Class flow on it. Because I kind of wonder if I should increase the space between some of these items. They're feeling a little bit claustrophobic, a little bit. And then maybe I can reduce the space above, because now we've got a bit more space between. I think that'll do. I think that'll that kind of brings it together a bit more. I think we'll call it there, maybe. I think this definitely is better than what we had before. There's a few points on the journey that I want to improve, but what we have essentially works in a bunch of places. I need to do some stuff around the responsiveness maybe, but for the most part I think it's good. So if you want to change it, you delete that, and then you go in here, upload your new meeting, click create recording. And yeah, I'm gonna call it there. I'm gonna wrap up. I didn't realize it was getting so late. So yeah, we will pick this up tomorrow. Will be the plan. I'll probably commit this before then, because I feel like this actually is probably a good point for commit. In fact, let's just try and quickly get that in now. If we just do space GS. What do we do? We added costs, that's fine. Added show, added the recording, CC, and then your lipstick. Improve, tidy up, payment page. That'll do. And space P to push. And yeah, that's it. I think we are done for today. I will be around tomorrow, similar time as usual. See you there. Thank you for hanging out. It's been fun, been good, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.